Make way for Mr. Speaker.
Introduction by members. Minister of Health.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'd like to ask the House to please join me in wishing Nabia Sheikh a very happy birthday. Nabia is a dedicated respiratory therapist who moved from Alberta to British Columbia last year, and she now serves on the front lines at Royal Jubilee Hospital. And her commitment to patient care is matched only by her warmth as a great wife, not my wife, Mr. Speaker, but the wife of my very talented staffer, Hasham, and her talent as a baker. So would everyone please join me in wishing her a very happy birthday.
Member for Warren-Lumbee.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It's always inspiring to recognize homegrown success stories, and Cal Tire, which many of you know, is one that we're so truly proud of. Rooted in Vernon, Cal Tire has grown into global leader while supporting the mining sector and helping create thousands of well-paying jobs across Canada. A special shout out to Ford, a founder family of Cal Tire, Ford family, for their tremendous generosity work in community to uplift many organizations in our community. Yesterday, their team had an amazing and informative display at the mining reception, showcasing innovation, sustainability, and expertise that make Cal Tire truly a world class. I am thrilled to welcome here today my constituents and representatives of Cal Tire and mining community, Christian Erday, and Director of Technology Services, David Steinmetz, Director of Recycling Services, last but not the least, Kevin Frame, Western Canada Mining Services Manager. May I ask the House to please join me to welcoming my guests today. Thank you so much.
Minister of Labour.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I rise this afternoon to pay tribute to Frederick Musin, who died on September 5th, 2025 at the age of 75. Fred was born in Montreal. He dedicated much of his career to healthcare in British Columbia before retiring and moving to Courtenay. He leaves behind his girlfriend, Heather Bold, his stepdaughters, Alana and Karen, his sisters, Sandy, Shapira, and Marlene Wiseman, and his brother-in-law, Phil. Fred was the president of the Hospital Employees Union for 15 years during a very tumultuous time in healthcare. And it was his leadership and vision that shaped the union and left a lasting legacy in the labor movement and indeed across the province. Fred first became active in HEU as a biomedical engineering technologist at St. Paul's Hospital. His commitment to fairness and solidarity and public health care quickly made him a respected leader among his co-workers and fellow union members. In 1993, Fred was elected provincial president of HEU, a position he held for 15 years until his retirement in 2008. During that time, Fred was there for both the victories and the struggles that defined an era for HU members. He was part of the leadership team that delivered huge gains in pay equity for HU members, as well as the landmark Health Accord in the 1990s under the BC NDP government. But he also stood firmly and resolutely with members through the BC Liberals' unprecedented privatization, mass layoffs, and wage rollbacks of the 2000s, always emphasizing solidarity, resilience, social justice, and rooted in community. I will remember him as a leader who didn't stay behind a desk ever. I can still see him now with a megaphone leading members on picket lines in protests. He believed in being on the front lines with members. In 2002, he was arrested alongside other HU leaders in the Chilliwack Laundry blockade, defending the very jobs of healthcare workers and taking a stand for public health care. For Fred, union work was always connected to community and to a larger fight for social justice. And his voice carried beyond the healthcare work sites into campaigns for peace, equity, for global solidarity. Through good times and hard times, Fred helped ensure HU emerged as a stronger, more stable, and more united organization. And his example continues to inspire generations of activists to stand up for what's right, to care for one another, and for a better world. And one of the ways he expressed his solidarity with people was through his commitment to blood donation, a practice that he began in 1968 while he was at university. And in fact, he gave his 200th blood donation on his 70th birthday. I will always remember Fred as a fair but firm convention chair, inspiring loyalty, if not always discipline, amongst HU members. His legacy lives on in his commitment to social justice and in the countless lives he touched with his courage, his advocacy, and his solidarity. He will be missed.
Thank you, Minister. Before we move to the next item on the agenda, I would like to share my ruling with the House. Honourable members, on Monday, November 24, the Government House Leader raised a point of order regarding the admissibility of Bill number M219, entitled Health Authorities Amendment Act 2025, standing in the name of the member for North Island. The Chair thanks the Government House Leader and member for Kamloops Centre for their submissions. The Chair has examined the submissions and the bill and is now prepared to rule on the point of order. With respect to the direction being sought on the application of Standing Order 66, which pertains to the consideration of motions by the House, the Chair will not provide a ruling as Standing Order 66 is not applicable to the matter at hand, being Bill number M219. Generally, Standing Order 66 applies to motions in the way that Standing Order 67 applies to bills. Standing Order 67 provides, I quote, "It shall not be lawful for the House to adopt or pass any vote, resolution, address, or bill for the appropriation of any part of the public revenue or any tax or impost to any purpose that has not been first recommended to the House by message of the Lieutenant Governor in the session in which such vote, resolution, address, or bill is proposed," unquote. As previously noted by the Chair, this stems from constitutional provisions that the House is bound by. The Chair must decide whether Bill number M219 is a money bill, thereby offending Standing Order 67 without an accompanying message of the Lieutenant Governor or royal recommendation. As the Chair noted in previous guidance to the House, the royal recommendation is required if any provision in a private member's bill would authorize a new and distinct charge to be effectively imposed on the Consolidated Revenue Fund. In examining the contents of Bill number M219, the Chair's read is that the bill requires the health authority boards to determine time period for a patient to receive certain forms of medical care, provide notice to patients when that time period cannot be met, and mandates related public reporting. The Chair must assess whether these requirements infringe on Standing Order 67. The matter before the Chair is not clear-cut. Members will appreciate that the Chair took an unusually extended time to return to the House with a ruling, as the Chair wanted to become better acquainted with the existing statutory framework that Bill number M219 seeks to amend. On an annual basis, this House approves an appropriation for the withdrawal of funds from the Consolidated Revenue Fund for the Ministry of Health, which provides funding to the health authorities. The funds a health authority receives fall under the control of its board, which has discretion on how those funds are used, subject to the statutory and regulatory regimes those boards are bound by. Bill number M21 prescribes actions that the board must mandate within its health authority and obligations for the responsible minister to report to the House on data transmitted by each board. In the Chair's view, Bill number M219 does not prescribe or impose in any specific terms required spending that would clearly constitute a new and distinct charge. The bill appears to mandate health authority boards with functions that align with those already permitted in the Health Authorities Act. In consideration of the above, and based on available information and submissions presented to the Chair at this time, it is the ruling of the Chair that Bill number M219 does not appear to offend Standing Order 67. As such, the bill will be permitted to proceed. However, as the bill advances through the legislative stages of consideration, the Chair may again receive submissions on the admissibility of a bill reported from committee, specifically in its reported form. Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills. Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In this chamber, I call continued committee stage on Bill 29, and in the Douglas Fir Room, I call continued Section 8 continued committee stage on Bill 32.
Committee chairs.
All right, I'll call the House to order. We're continuing committee stage on Bill 29, Child, Family and Community Service Amendment Act 2025 on Clause 3, recognizing the member from Prince George Valemont.
Thank you, Chair.
Before we complete our, or before we finish our conversations from this morning, I actually would like to table an amendment.
Okay, we'll just go into a short recess and have copies made of the amendment circulated, and then we'll hear from the member on the amendment. It'll be a few moments. He's got a copy of the amendment. I'll call the House back to order, and we hear from the member for Prince George Valemont on the amendment.
I do not have a copy of the amendment.
Better get one to the mover. All right.
Thank you.
Member, continue.
Yep, thank you, Chair. I know we talked about this extensively yesterday, and we're going to agree to disagree, Minister. I wanted it on the record. I have serious issues in the Director's opinion. If the language had been different in regards to the process or the evidence-based decision-making model that we have talked about, I would have been happy with that, but in the Director's opinion raises massive concerns for myself and parents that I have spoken with. C, also, I know yesterday that you were not happy with that addition. However, if you have semi-adult children, I would say actually any child above the age of 12 that is bright and cognizant and part of the plan. I think that actually, I actually think that strengthens the plan. I don't think it takes away from it in any way, shape, or form. So that is why I added para C.
Minister for Children and Family Development.
Thank you, Chair. So the 19.2 Section 1B around, in the Director's opinion, has been debated extensively. I continue to not support this amendment for the reasons that I have outlined numerous times. The addition of the last point is problematic for a number of reasons. Firstly, paramount in the Act is that director will take into consideration the views of a child, but also putting it in a must also ignores the paramount consideration of the best interest of a child. So if a child may potentially be traumatized by being included in a safety plan, that is not the best interest of a child. And so this amendment ignores the paramount considerations in the Act already. And for those reasons, I do not support the amendment.
Member for Chilliwack North.
Thank you. Well, with all due respect, I guess that's what this is all about, is we disagree, you disagree, and we go back and forth, and that's what this is all about. So I think if the child has been consulted and is deemed of an appropriate age by the director, is absolutely necessary. There's too many situations where children are left out of the equation. And this is actually, I actually believe that it would be negligent for this not to be a must for a child to be consulted. Thank you.
Member for Prince George Valemont.
I have a clarifying question, actually, so I just don't know how they work. If sub-amendments, am I allowed to ask the member, or ask the minister through you if she would be open to a sub-amendment? I don't know how that works.
Okay, member. Yep, proceed and speak to that, and we can hear from the minister.
The only thing I would ask the minister if she and her staff would actually consider, based on the information that you provided, I can see where there would be instances where that would be problematic. However, would the minister consider adding that as a may? I think it's extremely important in a lot of cases when children are consulted that they be participatory in a process for their family.
Minister?
I do not support that. It would be redundant. It is already assumed in the Act by the guiding principles.
Seeing no further speakers, I'll call the question on the amendment. The amendment to Clause 3, moved by the member from Prince George Valemont. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Nay. Yeah, the ruling is the amendment passes. Division is being called.
No. No.
Members online, I'll ask you to turn your cameras on. We're about to vote. Members, we're voting on Amendment to Clause 3 of Bill 29, moved by the member from Prince George Valemont. Those in favour stand or indicate. Thank you. Thank you. Those opposed, stand or please indicate. Thank you. And the clerk will please ask those online.
Emily Banman.
I vote in favor. Aye.
Emily Bangu.
I vote aye.
Emily Choi.
I vote nay.
Emily Day.
I vote aye.
Emily Deer.
I vote nay.
Emily Higginson.
I vote nay.
Emily Minister Lore.
I vote nay.
Minister Ma.
I vote nay.
Emily Payton.
I vote aye.
Emily Phillip.
I vote nay.
Emily Valeriot.
I vote nay.
Those voting aye: Wilson, Millibar, Banman, Watt, Cooner, Halford, Hartwell, L. Neufeld, Van Popta, Dew, Clare, K. Neufeld, Bangu, Payton, Gasper, Chan, Tour, Hepner, Giddens, Rattay, Davis, McInnes, Bird, McCall, Stamer, Day, Moz, Williams, Lowen, Dollywell, Dirksen, Luck, Block, Brody, Armstrong, Keeley, and Boltby, 37. Those voting nay: Lore, G. Anderson, Blatherwick, Rutledge, Chant, Toporowski, B. Anderson, Neal, Osborne, Brar, Krieger, Davidson, Parmar, Center, Bear, Chandra, Herbert, Wickens, Kang, Sandu, Begg, Higginson, Phillip, Lajeunesse, Choi, Rochford, Morissette, Popham, Dix, Sharma, Farnworth, E.B., Bailey, Callon, Green, Whiteside, Boyle, Ma, Young, Malcolmson, Gibson, Glumac, Aurora, Shaw, Chow, Deer, Valeriot, and Botterill, 47.
The amendment fails. And we'll take a short recess while we're clearing out. Right, I'll call committee back in order and continued discussion on Bill 29, Child, Family and Community Service Amendment Act 2025 on Clause 3. Member for Prince George Valemont.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to revisit where we had left off. So I just wanted to re-ask the question that I had asked shortly before lunchtime, indicating that delayed and incomplete disclosures impacts procedural rights and access to justice in the Children and Family Services system. Notably, parents' counsel are hindered in their ability to provide effective legal advice to the parents, and they are hindered in their ability to make informed decisions. I asked the minister, and I will ask again through you, Chair, how does the minister reconcile with the fact that a piece of legislation has been tabled without protections for parents in standardized disclosure practices across BC?
Minister for Children and Family Development.
Disclosure of files has nothing to do with safety planning, and it has to do with court proceedings, so it is not relevant to this bill.
Member for Prince George Valemont.
Thank you, Chair. That is absolutely not, that is actually not true. So safety plans can have massive ramifications on families, and you know that. And you recommend that families request legal advice. In fact, you highly suggest it. If the information, I beg your pardon?
Member, hold on. Member, just a reminder, remarks through the chair, you don't directly address the minister.
Okay,
So through the chair. Thank you.
I apologize. So, Chair, I have a huge issue with this. Safety plans have massive ramifications for families. They can involve removing a child, they can involve removing a parent, they can involve a number of things. They can request a parent attend recovery, they can request lots and lots of things that parents or children may find extremely egregious. The reason that we ask for legal advice on these types of things is so that parents completely understand what it is that they're signing. The fact that they are not getting all of the information, or their legal counsel has not received all information regarding a situation, makes it extremely difficult for somebody to make an informed decision about something. So I disagree with the minister entirely, and I would like to hear from the minister through you how she expects families to make informed decisions if they don't have, or if their counsel does not have all of the information that is applicable.
Minister of Children and Family Development.
Thanks, Honourable Speaker. There were a number of gross assumptions made in that question that I don't believe are helpful in the debate of this bill. I have outlined a number of complaint processes that families can take in the process of not agreeing with a director. I have outlined a number of support services that a director may take to support a family with respect to accessing legal counsel. I need to remind the member that what we were talking about in this bill around safety plans are voluntary arrangements. They are voluntary plans. There are no removals in a safety plan. There's no removal of a child from the custody of a guardian in a safety plan. The concerns that the member is bringing forward with respect to disclosure are about court processes and court orders, and they are not relevant to this bill.
Member for Prince George Valemont.
Thank you, Chair. And I completely disagree. I dealt with a file this morning. I had a parent contact me. Their safety plan is supposed to be coming up for review, although the ministry has not confirmed that. And they have asked for advice. They actually have attained legal counsel. And they were told by their lawyer that he cannot give advice on whether or not that plan should or shouldn't be amended and or extended without getting information regarding the file. So this absolutely does apply. 100% it applies. May not apply in every situation, and I wasn't suggesting that safety plans said that children are removed. However, I have had parents tell me that they have been told that if they do not sign a safety plan, that the child will be removed from their house. So this is a document that you say is voluntary, and it should be voluntary, and it should be collaborative, but that isn't always how it works. And so I have huge concerns around this. So again, I expressed earlier I don't like paintbrush type solutions. I don't like paintbrush type, responses. So there are definitely multiple, probably dozens, probably hundreds, quite frankly, of families across this province that don't have all of the information they need in regards to what is happening with their family, and they are not getting proper legal advice. So I completely disagree with what the minister has said here. And I would actually like to ask the minister, do you actually honestly believe that that is true, that your ministry is operating to...
Member, yeah, just a reminder, folks, members, just a reminder through the chair not to refer to you or, yeah, thank you.
Oh, I'll rephrase the question. Thank you, Chair. I'm extremely frustrated that this is not, that you just threw out an answer, say this doesn't apply to safety plans. That astounds me. That answer absolutely astounds me. And I'm going to ask the minister again, through you, Chair. Maybe I'll rephrase the question. Is the ministry or is the minister aware of any children that were removed from a home because a safety plan was not followed?
Minister?
Thank you, Chair. I have spoken at length about the guiding principles of this Act. I encourage the member to read the guiding principles of the Act, asked and answered.
Member for Prince George Valemont.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to ask the question again. It was a fairly straightforward question. Is the minister, through you, aware of any child that was removed from their family because a safety plan was violated or not followed?
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to, what the member has asked me is if I know of any individual case where something has occurred. What I've expressed to this House on multiple times is that any information that I obtain under the Child, Family and Community Services Act, I cannot disclose to anybody in this House. So I cannot answer that question, but I will reiterate, as I have answered multiple times through this process, that directors make evidence-based decisions using structured decision-making tools to make decisions about the safety and well-being of children in many different situations.
Member for Prince George Valemont.
Thank you, Chair. So I want to clarify, is the minister telling this House that her ministry is unaware of children in care that have been removed from their families?
Minister.
It is not relevant to the bill.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. It is 100% relevant to the bill. So I did not ask about a specific case. What I asked was, I didn't ask about a specific case. The minister said to me that she cannot give me that information because it is privileged through the Act. These are statistics that the RCY publishes annually. They are statistics the ministry should be publishing annually. So the question is relevant. If, in fact, a parent violated or something happened with the safety plan and it escalated and a child was removed because that parent may or may not have had the correct information disclosed to them through the ministry, that is 100% applicable. We are talking about safety plans. The results or the ramifications of safety plans are significant, including possibly having a child removed. And to point to the principles of the Act, I'm quite aware what the principles of the Act are. If I didn't care about the principles, quite frankly, I wouldn't be standing here in committee asking questions about this bill. And my caucus members wouldn't be here to support me. So once again, Chair, to the minister, I will ask if she is aware of any child, not a specific case, if she is aware of children in this province being removed from their family home because there was a violation or a particular piece of a family plan that was not followed.
Member, you've asked that question a number of times. We've heard the response from the minister, and I know we may not have agreement on that, but just in light of not having a repetitive discussion, ask you if you have additional questions. Member for Prince George Valemont.
I'd like to take a 5-minute recess, please, Chair.
Okay. Yep, we'll have a 5-minute recess. Okay, we'll call the committee back to session. So I had made some remarks in terms of questions were being repetitive and recognize that. It's very passionate, a lot of interest on this bill, and give the opportunity for the minister to respond if she wishes, and just in terms of direction moving forward, to remind everyone to try and keep questions relevant to the clause that's being debated. Recognizing the member from Kamloops Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And actually, I was hoping to seek a little further clarification from what you just said. Actually, our understanding, this is not a brand new piece of legislation where we are dealing with an act that didn't previously exist. This is amending legislation to amend certain provisions within an existing framework and legislation. Therefore, the questions we're asking about safety plans directly tie into existing legislation and how they have been used in the past and how safety plans under these amendments may or may not be impacted. We are very mindful that we cannot ask about specific files, let alone identifying casework or anything like that. The questions we are trying to ask that may seem repetitive at times are simply because the minister is refusing to answer said questions, not because we seem to be out of the purview of what the bill itself is trying to accomplish. Again, we are looking at amending legislation. To not understand how that amendment will impact the functionality of existing legislation makes it very, very hard. If the government's premise is that they can't answer any questions based on the fact that it's to do with the Act and its child welfare at stake, we might as well find a way for the government to take all of these proceedings in camera so we can, at least as an opposition, do our job to find out what the changes to the Act will actually mean to people in their daily lives. And so that is, I think, the premise and the basis that these questions are being asked. Repetition only results when they are valid questions because a minister is refusing to answer the question, not because the opposition has asked the same question 16 times with 16 succinct answers. The answers we've been getting back is, I can't talk about that, where in fact, there needs to be a mechanism for the government when we're asking non-identifying questions about existing legislation and how this amendment will impact that existing legislation to actually answer in this place. For if they're not, I'm not sure what the role of opposition is supposed to be when it comes to legislation, if that's the out that government is able to take. And so I guess we just seek a little further clarification, but you did seem to cover it off with your previous comments, so I just wanted to make sure that the chair understood where we were coming from in his opposition. We're not trying to be obstructionists, we are not trying to be argumentative or repetitive, but we do need the minister to cooperate in that regard, and we are very mindful and will be very mindful moving forward that we cannot have identifying type questions that we are asking for clarification for the impact of this amendment with the existing legislation as it stands.
Thank you, member. Minister, do you wish to respond to the previous questions? Minister.
I just want to, for the record, make it very clear that I have only cited privacy of the Act one time during this debate that I felt was important to highlight, and that when I have referenced things that we have talked about in previous clauses, it's because I've answered similar questions in previous clauses and find the question has been already answered. But with respect to the privacy that is required under the Child and Family Community Services Act, this is the very first time that I have spoken to that.
Member from Prince George Valemont on Clause 3.
Thank you, Chair. I'll carry on to a different question. Through the Chair, to the Minister, did your office in December of 2024 receive a letter regarding a survey that 25 parent councils participated in?
Minister?
So this line of questioning is not relevant to this amendment to the CFCSA. The clause that we are on is Clause 3, making a safety plan agreement.
Member for Prince George Valemount?
Thank you, Chair. I disagree. In Clause 2, it says, as applicable, the parent may seek independent legal advice at any time with respect to the agreement. That's what we are talking about, is actually being able to get legal advice and whether or not that legal advice is accurate. So I will ask the Minister through you, Chair. In the letter that I have no idea if the Minister's office did or didn't get, because she did not answer the first question, if she is reminded of the letter, did that letter state that Parents' Council do not always receive complete disclosure, even in cases where requests for specific records have been made to the Directors' Council? Again, this particular information that I'm asking about actually does apply to safety plans. A parent cannot get legal advice from council if they have not been given all the information from the minister. So I will ask the question again. Did the letter that the minister's office receive contain information that parents do not receive all of the information from council that they have requested?
Minister?
Court proceedings and disclosure are not a part of safety planning. They are a part of a different part of the Child, Family and Community Services Act.
Member for Prince George Valemount?
Thank you, Chair. I will move on to a different question because clearly the minister is not wanting to answer any of the questions regarding legal counsel that her ministry is not only encouraging but requesting that parents signing a safety plan get. So para 3 states as soon as applicable after making a...
Member, I want to recognize the member from Penticton Summerland.
Thank you so much through the chair. I apologize to the MLA for interrupting her. If I may just ask through the chair, clarifying question of the minister.
Sure. Yes, ma'am. I thought you were asking for leave. So we'll hear the question from Prince George Valemount, and then after that, we'll recognize you. Member for Prince George Valemount.
So paragraph 3 indicates as soon as applicable, or as soon as practicable after making a safety plan agreement, the director must do all of the following. Can the minister provide, using the terms as soon as practical and reasonable effort, Chair, does the minister have benchmarks for what is practicable and reasonable?
Minister?
Thank you, Chair. So practicable and reasonable are common terms used in law, and they are used in various places in the CSA. And they're used because there is a need for a certain amount of flexibility with respect to the work that's done. For an example, there are certain places in this province where it may take 3 hours for a protection worker to get to a family and back again, whereas in other places it may take 20 minutes. And so practicable and reasonable are common terms, and child protection workers do everything that they can to make sure that they are working quickly with families and providing them with the support and information in the fastest ways so that they keep children safe.
Recognizing the member from Penticton-Summerland.
Thank you, through the chair. If I may just ask kind of a generalized clarifying question for the minister, is it the ministry's position that disclosure is not mandatory under this section because the safety plans contemplated here are purely voluntary?
Minister?
Thanks, Chair. So I'll try and provide some clarity. They are two separate issues. So obtaining particular legal advice in relation to a short-term voluntary plan is different than file disclosure to support a court proceeding.
Member for Prince George Valemont.
Thank you, Chair. Totally threw me off. I apologize for the pause. I thought there was going to be a follow-up question there. Safety assessment plans, or sorry, safety plans under the current policy, Chapter 3, 3.2, states that they have to be approved by a supervisor and documented within 24 hours after they have been completed. Chair, will the minister explain why the bill does not specify a 24-hour time frame currently being used within policy?
Minister?
Thank you, Chair. So I just gave an example in my previous answer and just answered this question.
Member for Prince George Valemont?
Thank you, Chair. So I want to understand this because I've heard from the minister a number of times over the debate of this bill. She has stated that when a safety plan is being considered, and we are talking about making safety plan agreements, that there are a number of things that happen within the family unit. Obviously, there's been a report made that there is a concern within a family, one child, multiple children, could be egregious, could not be egregious. But it's concerning enough that the ministry wants to examine it. So my understanding is they will make a visit to that house, that they will interview the parents, they will talk to children if they are of appropriate age, they may have a look around the house to see if there's things that are concerning, there may or may not be enough food, do they have a washer and dryer and able to wash their clothes, do they have running water, do they have electricity, all the standard things that people would look at when they're considering safety of children. The regulation also states that they need to, the directors or the person working with the family needs to contact any community agencies that family may or may not be involved with that could help with the safety plan. It directs that you should contact other family members to ask about concerns around that. So there's a lot of information that is taken into consideration prior to determining what a safety plan looks like. So when the director comes back, or the social worker, or whoever it is that is going to be engaging with this family in this collaborative, supposed voluntary process, why is a safety plan not actually documented at that time with family members? And if it's not documented, why can it not be documented within the 24-hour time frame that is actually currently in the regulation or the policy that is being followed?
Minister?
Asked and answered.
Member for Prince George Valemont?
Well, it is apparent that there's a lot of vagueness that goes on in this ministry in regards to safety plans, which I was hoping was going to actually be rectified with this bill, although I have more concerns now than I had before. The current policy also states, affirm parents are informed and voluntary consent to the safety plan. Chair, will the minister confirm that this is the intent of paragraph 3.2, or sorry, C2. It says that a signature and is required on the agreement and written confirmation that the terms and conditions set out in the agreement reflect what the party has agreed to. Is it the minister's purview that that signature is voluntary?
Minister?
Yes.
Member for Prince George Valemont?
Thank you, Chair. So parents frequently report that being told refusal to sign a safety plan will in fact result in apprehension of a child. The power imbalance, the urgency, and the fear of losing a child mean that consent may be formal but not truly voluntary. Raising fundamental justice concerns. Chair, how will the minister protect families from feeling coerced into signing agreements that threaten a child or a parent being removed from the home or for another violation?
Minister?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. This is exactly why it is important that we are putting safety plans in explicitly in the Act and enshrining it in law. Providing procedural safeguards in the Act is the reason why we're doing this, to ensure that it is explicit in the legislation that these are voluntary. The director must communicate with prospective parties in a manner that is appropriate to their abilities in an effort to help them understand the terms and conditions of the safety plans, including the right to withdraw. Before entering into the agreement, the director must also inform parents that they can seek legal advice at any time. The director must make all reasonable efforts to confirm the agreement in writing. The written agreement must include an acknowledgement that parties can seek legal advice. The legislation makes it clear that parents and others who are parties to the safety plan may withdraw from the agreement within a set number of days described in the agreement. The agreement can be discontinued, or the terms and conditions can be revisited if a party no longer agrees to them. In addition, I have spoken previously in this debate around all of the other actions that are explicitly outlined in policy for directors to take if there is a disagreement with a family around the safety plan. It could be, they could take an arrangement for the child or youth to live with an extended family member. They could create a support service agreement with a youth or a child. And so safety planning is looked at as the least disruptive measure available through policy, but there are a number of tools available to directors should there be a disagreement with themselves and the parent caregiver.
Member for Prince George Valemont.
Thank you, Chair. So clarifying question to the Minister through yourself. I believe this is what I just heard. The Minister said that safety plans are apparently voluntary.
Minister.
Safety plans are voluntary.
Member for Prince George Valemont.
Thank you, Chair. With all due respect to the Minister, based on the conversations we've had this afternoon, safety plans are apparently voluntary. On the date, actually I'm going to go back to 3B. 3B states, make all reasonable efforts to provide a copy of a written agreement to each party. Can the Minister provide an example or a reason why every party that is involved in an agreement would not receive a copy of that agreement?
Minister.
So I just want to reiterate what it actually says in the clause. As soon as practicable, after making a safety plan agreement, the director must do all of the following. B, make all reasonable efforts to provide a copy of the written agreement to each party.
Member for Prince George Valemont.
Thank you, Chair. I understand what the clause says. My question to the Minister was, why would a written agreement not be provided to one of the parties?
Minister?
So I'm going to try and give a real life example, and hopefully that will be helpful. So in the unfortunate time where Linton burned down in our province, child protection workers quite literally had to interact with children and their families and make plans on the spot. Some of those things were verbal agreements. Because of that environment and because of what was happening there, they were not able to then provide a written document in the timeline. And so there are real circumstances where things like this occur. Internet is down. We have extraordinary events that happen. So there are a number of things that could happen where this circumstance would take place.
Member for Prince George Valemont.
Thank you, Chair. I wouldn't disagree in those circumstances at all, but I would assume that after, things had sorted down and, people had been evacuated from Linton and you made sure that children and families were reunited and, you're going to obviously put together an agreement to make sure they're continued to be supported and protected if they were at risk because they've lost their home, of course, I would not have any argument with that whatsoever. However, at some point, you would have sat down with those families, even from Linton, and you would have actually signed a formal agreement. So my question was, through the chair, why would a parent not get a copy of a written agreement?
Minister?
Thank you. When there is a verbal agreement, it is followed up as quickly as possible with a written agreement.
Member for Prince George Valemont.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Again, that didn't answer the question, but I'll move on to something else. This states that there has to be a signature on the agreement. So my question would be to the Minister through the Chair, if a member or a party of the agreement doesn't actually get a copy of said agreement, how would they sign said agreement?
Minister?
So I mentioned when a verbal agreement is made, it is followed up with a written agreement. It says 3CI, signature on the agreement, or 2, written confirmation that the terms and conditions that set out in the agreement reflect what the party has agreed to do.
Member for Prince George Valemont.
Thank you, Chair. Just to clarify, through you to the Minister, when you say written confirmation that terms and conditions set out that the party has agreed to, are you referring to an email? Can you specify what you're referring to there?
Minister?
Yes, it could be an email.
Minister, a member for Prince George Valemont.
Thank you, Chair. Paragraph 4A states that on the date on which all parties agreed to the terms and conditions of the agreement, can the minister provide an explanation of how a director or a social worker would I'm trying to figure out if a verbal agreement was made originally and it was put into a written agreement, but a party of that safety plan didn't actually get an agreement. Am I to assume that I don't understand how this clause works, actually. Actually, I'm going to move on to 4B. It actually states that whether or not the party or any other party signs a written agreement or gives written confirmation as described, then the safety plan agreement is in place. But if you go back to the previous paragraph, 3C, it says there has to be a signature on the agreement. So if nobody has signed the agreement, I don't know how the agreement can actually be in effect. If the minister could clarify that through the chair.
Minister?
Thank you. So 4B allows for the verbal plan to be in effect, and then we follow up with written confirmation as soon as practicable.
Member for Prince George Valemont.
Thank you, Chair. Can the minister just, and I hope it's not the complaint process, can the minister please explain what a family has the ability to do if the verbal agreement does not actually reflect in the written agreement that they receive to sign?
Minister?
Thank you. So the family can refuse to provide written confirmation if there's a disagreement, and then the director can work with the family on either other least intrusive measures, or they can work with the family on a different written safety plan agreement.
Member for Prince George Valemont.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to go back to, you've stated a couple of times through the debate that if there is a disagreement with a safety plan and in making a safety plan, and there's something within the process that they're not happy with during the safety plan, including the inability to collect enough information to get proper legal advice. You have indicated that a family can initiate a complaint process through the complaint department. My question is, if that process is actually initiated, what happens to that safety plan in the interim?
Minister?
Thank you. So if the family is unhappy with the terms of an agreement or the process that has been undertaken, they can seek to explore other least intrusive measures. They can seek to explore other terms of the agreement and take the same measures that I just listed in the previous question.
Member for Prince George, Valemount.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to go back to a previous question. I want to make sure that I'm pretty sure this is what the minister said, so I need clarification. I asked her earlier if 3C2, written confirmation that terms and agreement and the conditions set out were, in fact, the clarifying document or clarifying piece that makes these agreements voluntary. Can the minister confirm that's what she said earlier through the chair, please?
Minister?
Thank you. So all aspects of safety planning are voluntary. The terms of the agreement, what is in the provisions, the agreed upon timelines, written confirmation, the whole aspect of safety planning is voluntary.
Member for Prince George, Valemount.
Thank you, Chair. Again, paragraph 4 states that a safety plan agreement is in effect as it applies to a party on the date on which all parties agree to the terms and conditions of the agreement, and whether or not the party or any other party signs a written agreement or gives written confirmation as described in section C. So and I'm sure the minister is going to say to me this is in regards to a verbal agreement, and that's why this clause is in here. Yet, further up in the clause, it states that a verbal agreement actually has to be put in writing. So, as I understand this amendment, or the way it reads, and I'm not going to be the only person reading this, there's going to be probably thousands or at least hundreds of social workers across the province that are going to be referring to this. So I'm very concerned about the language. And again, my question is in section 4, if you have not received a signature and you have not received the terms and conditions, and then I don't understand how this agreement can actually be in effect.
Minister?
Thank you, Chair. I have already answered this. I'm going to try to answer it one last time. There is a period of time in which a verbal agreement is made and a written confirmation happens. 4B allows for that to take place
Member for Prince George Valemont.
Thank you, Chair. So that is not a clear answer, but it's clear I'm not going to get a clear answer. So I would like to table an amendment.
Member, while we're getting copies, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Thank you, Chair. So we have gone back and forth and back and forth. I made it quite clear at the beginning of this section that I had serious reservations around verbal agreements, and this is why. I have talked to lots of parents and advocacy groups that have massive concerns about verbal agreements, and they also have huge concerns about how these agreements go from being verbal to being in writing. They also have concerns about how and whether or not these are or are not voluntary, specifically around the legal piece, which the Minister's office has received multiple letters containing information and concerns that I have voiced here today. So I have huge issues with the way that this particular section has been laid out. I do not think it is protective for parents, and I do not believe that it is a voluntary process under the guise of these current, the way the legislation is currently written. So I have tabled an amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member. And we'll take a recess as we make some copies and distribute to all the members. Thank you.
Members will call this House back to order, where we are considering an amendment on Bill 29 to Clause 3, Section 19.4, subsection 3, where we'll be proposing removal of as soon as practicable to within 24 hours. Also under subsection 4, there will be a proposed change to A and B, and that change will be on the date which the agreement has been signed by all parties. The motion is in order. Minister, would you like to take an opportunity to speak to this amendment?
Yes, I do not support the amendment for a number of reasons that we've discussed. And I'm really hoping, and I'm happy to talk to the member at length at another time. But in both cases of these amendments, what the member is doing is removing the ability to be flexible at all. In any circumstance, extenuating circumstance, it would remove the ability for a verbal agreement, which means that a child protection worker would not be able to be responsive and act in the best interests of a child in the middle of the night or in a remote location. It would essentially create a situation where the guiding principles of the Act could no longer be paramount in an interaction. And so for that reason, I am not in support of the amendments.
Thank you, Minister. Seeing no further speakers, the question is the amendment as proposed by the member from Prince George Valemount. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Nay. The motion does not pass. Thank you very much, member. We will take that as noted on division. Members, we are continuing our committee stage. Are there any further questions on Clause 3? Prince George Valemount.
Thank you, Chair. So currently the policy regarding safety plans uses them as a transitional tool prior to moving more aggressive options, such as court orders to protect children or youth. Again, I go back to the language must and may under this section. I've looked at this a number of times, and once again, we're going to be back looking at 95.12, which, you know, I've raised a number of concerns in regards to that. 19.1 says that a director may. This one says they must withdraw from a safety plan. So I can assume the way that this has been written, that paragraph 1 at least, is applying to the actual times when a director may have made a safety plan in regard to the circumstances or the pieces that have been laid out in paragraph 19.12 A through, 19.12. Through you, Chair, to the Minister, is that actually the case?
Minister.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you, Minister. Recognizing Prince George Valemount.
Thank you, Chair. So my question to the Minister through you, is there not room, or my understanding there is room, again, she just said in the spirit and the principles of the Act, that there can actually be both a desire to have greater safety concerns addressed through a court proceeding or a judicial proceeding, which is why a director or somebody that is working the front line would actually submit an application or request a court date. This says that a director may, under those circumstances, have a safety plan. So my question to the Minister, through you, Chair, is there not circumstances where you have both a court order or a judicial proceeding coming up and a safety plan?
Minister.
Thank you. It depends on the court order.
Thank you, Minister. Prince George Vailmont.
That's an odd answer. If, through the chair, if the minister could elaborate on what exactly she means by that.
Minister.
So you may have a safety plan in place when there is a court proceeding or a court order if a parent was arrested and you had a safety plan in place with another parent who was a protective parent. A safety plan cannot be in place if there is a different type of court order, like a supervision order.
Thank you, Minister. Prince George Vailmont.
Okay. I want to make sure I'm clarifying. Did you say that there is not a safety parent, there wouldn't be a safety plan in place if you had a situation where a parent was under a supervision order, but the other parent wasn't? So I'm a bit confused. So you could have two different parties from the same family living in different places. So there could be concern with one parent, being around children. And so there's a supervision order that for whatever purposes is for the moment or for a specific amount of time, that parent is not allowed to be around those children. I would assume that a safety plan would be in place with the parent that has custody of those children to ensure that their living situation and their safety and their feeling of safety is being looked after or is being considered while these processes take place.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm understanding what the member is trying to ask. I think it's if there are two separate homes and there are two separate, complete different concerns in each one of those homes, theoretically you could have a safety plan in one home and a supervision order in a different home if they were completely separated and there was a child that was living in both of those homes.
Thank you, Minister. Prince George Vailmont.
Okay, so that's actually almost exactly what I was asking. So thank you for clarifying that. The reason I'm asking the question is because in 19.1, and the reason I'm referring to that and not 19.5 is because they're related, they're talking about the same paragraph. It says, further to an assessment or an investigation that a director has applied under the Act for a court order. So I'm going to assume a court order is probably, that could be a supervision order, it could be any number of types of orders that the court delivers. So my question around that is that I would assume that the assessment phase, part of that assessment phase, a safety plan would be initiated during the assessment, and the assessment phase would not actually be completed until that court proceeding was finished, and the result of that court proceeding would then either change, terminate, extend the safety plan that had been in place. Is that the case, Minister, through the chair?
Minister.
Thank you. If a court order is made, the safety plan ends.
Thank you, Minister. Shall Clause 3 pass? Aye. Prince George Valmont.
I have further questions regarding Clause 3, Chair. I'm confused by what the Minister just said. Again, in Clause 2, it states that a director may make a safety plan while there is an assessment going on or an investigation. Further to an assessment or an investigation, the director has applied for a court order. She just stated that if there is a court order, that the safety plan terminates. I'm not sure if I'm misunderstanding, but can you clarify that, please, Minister, through the chair?
Minister.
Because the court has made a decision, so the safety plan would be over.
Thank you, Minister. Prince George Valmont.
Okay, so the safety plan terminates when the court has made their, not while the court proceedings are awaiting. So I was correct. So the assessment piece does actually take into consideration or doesn't finish until the court proceedings are done, and then the safety plan terminates because of a court decision. I have some questions around that. So if we go back to the example that you used, where you have two households, parents living in separate places, they do have or had shared custody of a child. There was concerns raised in one household but not another household. My question is, why would a safety plan from the first household be negated or terminated once a court decision had been made? I'm not clear on how the safety of the child has, it doesn't necessarily mean with a court order that the safety of the child has, that the child's automatically safe. That's not what court orders necessarily mean. So I'm confused as to why that would be when you stated earlier that you can both have both at the same time. If the minister could clarify through the chair, please.
Thank you, member. Just a reminder about the word "you." Thank you, member. Minister.
Okay, there's a couple things here, Chair. So in the example that I gave before, we had two distinct, separate situations. And so we had one family or one parent and another parent. And each parent had two separate processes happening. One parent had a safety plan in place. Another parent maybe had a supervision order in place. Those are two separate scenarios. And so one would not negate the other or influence the other. They would have two separate processes with respect to how a director would interact with either one of those parents.
Thank you, Minister. Prince George Vailmont.
Okay, thank you, Minister. I understood that part. That I'm not confused on that issue. What I am confused about is, actually, maybe I can ask a clarifying question. Let's take something, and we're going to go back to, and I hate bringing this up because it's not pleasant for anybody to hear, but if you're talking about a child where you have a parent and sexual assault or sexual inappropriateness has taken place, I mean, we never want to see that, but unfortunately it's something that we have to deal with. I need to understand the assessment, hence, or the assessment and the investigation period. So investigating something like that, there is the director's investigation, and then there's the entire investigation that takes place outside of MCFD with the police forces, with the courts, with all of sort of that piece. So does the investigation that the director or the assessment that the director is making in regard to a child in a situation of that type, are the investigations, do they align with each other, or if there's still something continuing outside, like I said, of MCFD, that the assessment remains in place until the final determination of that situation has been made? Through the chair to the minister.
Minister.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So a couple of things with respect to the example that the member brought forward. When a protection worker gets called on a concern for the safety of a child, and that concern is the concern that the member outlined, and that concern is found to be a credible concern, the protection worker would call the police right away, as you discussed. We have structured protocols between MCFD protection workers and MCFD staff and police, but they are distinct processes that occur. While that's the first step, then a child protection worker could work with the non-offending parent on a safety plan if that was an appropriate tool to use, while they also, as quickly as possible, sought a protection order against the offending parent. There would be a lot of moving parts and different competing pieces of information, and so it's hard to really speak to specifics on a situation like that. But a safety plan could be in place. Staff would work with police, and we'd work to get a protection order as quickly as possible, and then the process would unfold after that.
Thank you, Minister. Prince George Vailmont.
Thank you, Chair. That was my understanding of the process also, which is really one of the reasons that I'm actually asking the question. When we're talking about children that are in, and not even, so there's been an accusation or there's been a report filed, but somebody actually hasn't been found guilty of what it was that they were accused of. And that process is ongoing. The process that you laid out makes sense to me, but in regards to your point that you made earlier about being flexible and being able to move and pivot and ensure that families are being kept safe, if a safety plan was in place, my question is what if a director wants to withdraw that safety plan, but the family wants it to remain in place because they don't feel secure while there is a legal or an investigation going on outside of MCFD's purview? So I'm trying to figure out, like, these two things can actually cohabitate together, and I want to make sure that the flexibility is actually built into the bill, and I'm questioning that at the moment. I'm not saying that was your intention, but the way that it has been worded, that's where my concern lies. So if you could take some time with your staff and help me better understand that, because it's something that has been raised on with parents that I have spoken to. So to you, Minister, through the chair.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think this might help. So there does not have to be sort of a conviction of a crime, or there does not have to be police involvement for MCFD involvement or to respond to concerns. So the threshold is not the same. So if a family continued to have concerns, the ministry will not walk away in any case where other courts or other processes are underway and have made different decisions. If a safety plan is in place, if an assessment is still ongoing, if there is still ongoing concerns, the ministry will continue to work with a family around those concerns. I'm not sure if I answered the question, but I would like to ask for a bathroom break, if that would be okay, Chair.
Absolutely, Minister. We will consider a recess for 10 minutes. Thank you, members. We will call this chamber back to order, and we will recognize the member from Prince George Valemont on Clause 3 on Bill 29.
Thank you, Chair. So again, to go back to paragraph 1, I actually think we could almost agree on this one as we're trying to remain flexible, you know, for children, youth, and families. I have a couple concerns around this. Some of the ones that we've discussed. The other challenge that this brings for me is, you know, we have a number of communities around the province that don't have the right number of social workers or MCFD workers in place. And it raises concerns about how files are handled and how they're processed and how assessments actually get completed and the time it takes those assessments to get completed. Especially if it's a community that is fairly rural or fairly remote, it complicates things again. So it probably doesn't happen very often, but in a circumstance like that, you could actually have the results of a court proceeding before you finished an assessment. So, which raises questions about the safety plan that should have been put in place when that assessment was initiated. So I would like to ask the minister, in a situation like that, and it's not the child's fault, it's not the parents' fault, it's just the unfortunate situation of the system and where we're sitting currently at the moment, how we would deal with a situation like that in regards to the context of paragraph 1. To the minister through the chair.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So there would not be a situation where a court would make a decision about a safety concern where an assessment was not or an investigation was not complete. And so, so if there was a safety concern, there would be an assessment, there would be an investigation. If a court order happened in relation to that safety concern, the order would not come before the assessment was complete on that safety concern. If it was a separate concern, the safety plan would be in place with respect to the safety concern, the original safety concern.
Thank you, Minister. Recognizing Prince George Vailmont.
Thank you, Minister. I want to clarify that. So, again, I have the community of Mackenzie. Unfortunately, there's a number of MCFD cases there, and the staff's just not there. Like, they're not on the ground, and that's not something parents or children can control. And so there are sometimes, or often actually, in MCFD cases, there's multiple things going on at the same time. Like you said, these cases can be extremely complex. So there are, or probably circumstances that there actually could be court decisions made prior to an assessment completely being finished, or specifically an investigation being finished. When you're talking about a community that has nobody on the ground, if there's an investigation going on outside of MCFD, with the police, with courts, with that type of thing, if a decision has been made, particularly if somebody has been abusing a child physically to the point where charges have been laid, and court and Crown has decided to proceed, or if it's, again, if we're talking about a child that unfortunately is experiencing some kind of sexual assault or something like that, it is possible in those circumstances that that investigation actually could complete, and a ruling be made that Crown is going to follow through with charges. In that case, I would assume that if the assessment had complete, or there was people on the ground, that the assessment would take all that to consideration, the safety plan would be amended, all of those things would be taking place. But if you don't have the actual staff in place to do those things, how do we continue to protect or make families feel safe in circumstances like that? To the Minister, through the Chair.
Minister.
Thank you. So for the court to make a decision on a court order in relation to the CFCSA, they must rely on the assessment or the investigation of a director. Investigations outside of the CFCSA are outside of the parameters of the bill and are a separate process.
Thank you, Minister. Prince George Vailmont.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, I'm going to try and give an example here. Maybe it'll make more sense to both of us, quite frankly. So if you have a parent, the mother or the father, that has been accused of child abuse, of physically abusing, and that the court is looking at that, so there's proceedings taking place, and the court makes a decision and they have determined for doesn't matter what reasons, that abuse did not happen. However, the parent where the child resides almost full time, but the other parent is now allowed to have that child back in their house. If that parent still has significant concerns around the situation of their children, but a court decision has been made, what happens to the safety plan in a case like that? Because according to this, if I understand this correctly, it terminates, and the director must withdraw from a safety plan. So can the minister explain through the chair?
Minister.
So just to be clear, a court order in our justice system does not have the ability to terminate a safety plan. It is a separate court process. It is not the same as the court order under the CFCSA. And so in the example that you provided, it would not necessarily terminate a safety plan with a family. Our process would be under provincial court with respect to the Child, Family and Community Services Act.
Thank you, Minister. Prince George Vailmont.
Thank you, Chair. And I'll ask for leeway with the minister with this next question, because I just want to clarify. So in paragraph 1C, it says the court has made a decision with respect to an application for an order described. So specifically, what are those orders? And I believe you gave me a list I don't know how many hours ago, but I want to confirm that we're talking about the same type of orders so that I can better understand this. I think, yeah, if you don't mind, I would appreciate that, Minister, through the chair.
Minister.
So the vast majority of court orders would be the following: a supervision order, a continuing custody order, a temporary custody order, or a protection order.
Thank you, Minister. Prince George Vailmont.
I appreciate that. So again, for going through that list again, I know there's the family court process and MCFD, and they often, unfortunately, they intersect on a lot of cases. I'm trying to figure out in the situation, and I can think of a case at the moment actually where the family court has decided that based on the evidence that they received, that a parent, again, is allowed to now have custody for a child. The other parent does not believe that that parent should, in fact, have custody or actually even any sort of visitation over that child. The one parent very much believes that the risk and safety of that child is still a huge issue. So I'm trying to figure out if that type of court decision is captured inside this paragraph.
Minister.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So regardless of any proceedings that happen in family law or any sort of custody order, child protection worker under the Child, Family and Community Services Act has the authority to proceed under that act with actions with a parent. And in addition, I just wanted to add some information about how the CFCSA interacts with family law. So firstly, under Section 75 of the CFCSA, it closely restricts disclosure of information obtained under the Act, which would include information collected while developing and implementing a safety plan agreement. So if a parent sought to use a safety plan agreement in a family law proceeding, it would constitute a breach. That said, there is a potential pathway for lawful disclosure through the court. A parent could seek a Family Law Act production order to require the director to disclose information about the safety plan agreement. Such an application would need to be served on the Attorney General. The director would then be able to consider what position they want to take given the specific circumstance. If a parent sought to rely on a safety plan agreement as evidence in a family law proceeding, despite being unlawful unless authorized by the court, arguments as to the weight of that evidence would be given are dependent on the facts and would likely focus on the short-term nature of safety plan agreements and circumstances of a current or very recent child protection investigation or assessment of interim period until a protective order could be obtained. So that's a little bit about how they can interact.
Thank you very much, Minister. Prince George Valemont.
Thank you for the minister. I wasn't suggesting at any time that somebody should use a safety plan as evidence in family court. That's not what I was getting at all. I was trying to figure out if a decision was made in court, whether it's family court or criminal court or any other court, and somebody had been accused, for example, of abusing their child in any way, and the court decided that they hadn't done that, but there was possibly concerns or even evidence within an investigation through MCFD that even they felt that that child still might be at risk, even though the court has deemed, that their charges aren't being laid, that they're not guilty, for whatever reason. I can't presume what evidence would determine yes or no on those. Luckily, I don't have to look at those types of things, but. So in that case, that's what I'm concerned about. I'm not suggesting that family plans are being used as evidence. It's the complete opposite, actually. If, and I'll use criminal court because I believe that's where you would, try those cases. If somebody was found not guilty, but even within your ministry, if there was information that was still raising alarms for you, and you're kind of like, this something's off, and I know it happens, what happens with that safety plan and that assessment? Because if I'm reading this correctly, it stops. It's withdrawn. It's honestly in this 95, it's almost like if you had put may in 1 and must in 2. I actually would have been. It would have made more sense to me. So I'm just trying to, and I apologize. I'm new to the role. So an MCFD is extremely convoluted. And I'm trying to balance figuring this bill out with a very massive amount of information that I just simply have not ingested all of it current to date. So if the minister could help me better understand, I'd be very appreciative. Through the chair.
Minister.
Thank you. So the must withdraw is in relation to court orders made with relation to the CFCSA, continuing custody orders, temporary custody orders, etc. Court decisions made outside of the CFCSA would not have bearing on a safety plan or actions of a child protection worker. So I think there are probably examples where there is a stay of proceedings or there may not be enough evidence in a situation. That is separate from the process that's undertaken in MCFD. If a director still has a concern about the safety and well-being of a child, they still have to legally act on that concern.
Thank you, Minister. Recognizing the MLA from Prince George, Valemont.
Thank you for that answer. I don't know why it took us so long to get there, quite frankly, but that was the answer I wanted. This is why I didn't understand this section, and I couldn't figure out what court orders or what decisions did apply, didn't apply, and I still have some concerns around the language, only because multiple people are going to be looking at this legislation within the Act itself now, and I think there could be confusion there. So I hope, and I'm sure that will be communicated through the ministry, that this is really well understood, and that if families and children still feel they're at risk, even though court decisions have resulted in something that they don't agree with, that those plans would stay in place. So I very much appreciate that answer. Thank you, Minister. I do have one question. When a director may withdraw, the pieces here are fairly clear. But when a director is withdrawing from a safety plan, can the minister help me explain and the public explain, or explain to the public, sorry, through the chair to the minister, why that would not be put in writing along with the reason for the withdrawal?
Minister of Children.
Okay, thank you. So in withdrawing from a safety plan agreement, There's a couple things. It depends on the reason for the withdrawal of the safety plan agreement. So there's different ways that a party to the safety plan agreement would be informed of that based on the reason for the withdrawal. And so, for example, if the reason for the withdrawal is a court order, they would receive that in writing. If the reason for the withdrawal is direct protection of a child, they would be notified of that. In every instance, a director will communicate in the best way that they possibly can with the family based on how the family receives communication best, and a family can request that information in writing if they would like to as well. Oh, and sorry, also, all of the reasons for withdrawal would be documented and would be uploaded into our integrated case management system.
Thank you to the Minister. Prince George Vailmont.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so I want to just clarify what you just said at the end, because it might have actually answered my question, but that was a good answer. There was a lot of information on the front end there that was helpful actually for me. Paragraph 2 says that a director can withdraw verbally, but it doesn't state in the following subparagraphs that verbal withdrawal actually has to be put in writing. So you just, a minute ago, you just indicated that all of the reasons and the background information for a withdrawal is actually written into MCFD documentation. I just want to confirm that is what I heard to the Minister through the Chair, because it doesn't state that in the actual bill that happens.
Just a reminder again about the word "you" and bringing those questions through me to the Minister, please. Minister of Children.
Thank you. So all of the decision-making of a director is documented in our integrated case management system. And if a director withdraws from a family or withdraws an agreement with a family, and that withdrawal happens verbally, the family can request that withdrawal be documented and the reasons for the withdrawal, and that can be provided to the family.
Thank you, Minister. Recognizing the MLA from Prince George Vailmont.
Thank you, Chair. In a situation like that, if a family wasn't in agreement with a verbal decision or actually a withdrawal at all, you said that they could request the information and it would be provided to the family. If once they look at that information and they have concerns, is there an ability to reinstate that? Does that process continue with the worker, or is this a decision that is finalized by the director to the Minister through the Chair?
Minister?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So I think there's a bunch of different circumstances that could happen, and I think I know where the member is going. I think if a safety plan is in place, an assessment occurs, and the assessment ends, and there is no concern, or the protection, the director believes that there is no longer a need for a safety plan, but the family or the parent still feels that supports are required, there would be a different process that would be taken with that. If it was they felt that they still needed respite support or other parenting supports to help them with their child, that would be explored in different ways, and the director would continue to work with that family and that child. If it was sorry, I lost my train of thought there. I'm going to come back.
Minister.
Sorry about that. I think it's the longest time I've ever been speaking to anything in my life, frankly. If there is continue to be a concern, and I think what the member is trying to get at is a concern with one parent about another parent, and there is a disagreement, we would expect, or the parent would have to undertake sort of a dispute resolution process with the ministry. So speaking with the team leader, the director of operations, filing a complaint, filing for administrative review, and having their concerns looked at through those processes.
Member for Prince George Valemont.
Thank you, Chair. I have one question about withdrawals from safety plans when it is specifically the director. Is there any instance where that information of why the director actually withdrew from the plan would be protected or not disclosed under Section 75 of the Act to the minister through the chair?
Minister?
Thank you. So this is covered in Clause 4 of the bill, but there are a couple of circumstances. The circumstances would include if information included solicitor-client privilege. And I think this also might be helpful. that while every party needs to know when a safety plan ends, the actual reason the director is withdrawing could include personal information that the parents don't want the directors to share with others that the director does not have authority to disclose. So in some circumstances, a director could still share this information with other parties, for example, if doing so is necessary for the safety and well-being of the child.
Member for Prince George Valemont.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to clarify what you just said. So the ministry, if a director withdraws from a safety plan, the reasons for that withdrawal may actually be provided to third parties. However, they might not necessarily, based on some circumstances, actually be provided to the parents. Did I misunderstand that, or is, through the chair, is that what you said, Minister?
Minister?
Thank you. So in section 19.2, it was outlined that there are other parties that can be or may be a party to a plan. And so so for an example, a grandparent could be a party to a plan. If the parents, if the parents in the safety plan don't want that party to know about the reason for withdrawal, then that information would not be shared with those parties.
Member from Prince George Valemont.
Okay, I'm a bit perplexed by this because we had a rather heated discussion around whether these plans are or aren't voluntary. So when people are participating in a plan of all parties, I'm trying to understand what those sort of, that agreement looks like, because if myself and my mother and my aunt want to participate in a safety plan for my child, and we all agree to that safety plan, does the withdrawal have to be, actually this is a good question to start with, does the withdrawal have to be agreed upon by everybody in the safety plan? To the Minister through the chair.
Minister?
No, not all parties need to agree upon a director withdrawing from a plan.
Member for Prince George Valemont.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm trying to better understand the information you provided earlier. You said that if a director withdraws from a plan, that the information regarding why they withdrew from that plan may be available to a third party, but may not be available to a parent. And you just indicated that a third party may be a grandparent. So I'm trying to figure out what the disclosure process is for all of the individuals that are party to that plan. And when a director withdraws, I don't understand why everybody that signed on to that plan voluntarily wouldn't be given all of the information as to why that plan is now being withdrawn. I mean, quite frankly, this may happen in a more collaborative process than I'm aware of, and I just don't understand how this happens. So I'm just looking for clarification from the ministry through the chair.
Minister?
Thank you, Chair. So the director would notify all parties who are a part of an agreement that they are withdrawing. The reasons for withdrawal, the director has the obligation to notify the mandatory parties to the agreement. The mandatory parties to the agreement are outlined in section 19.2(1)(b), 19.2(2). I want to just put it on record that I did not say that information would be shared with a third party.
Member for Prince George Valemont.
Thank you, Chair. I apologize. That's why I asked the clarifying question. So I wasn't suggesting. I asked the question to make sure I hadn't heard what I thought I had heard. So I apologize. I didn't mean any offense. Why do parties have to inform the director within a number of days in advance of withdrawing from their agreement, but the director doesn't have to give advance notice to the parties in the agreement, to the minister through the chair?
Minister?
Thank you. So there's two parts to this answer. The first is why the director may withdraw from the agreement without providing notice. This really has to do with risk. A director has a statutory duty to protect a child. So if the safety plan is no longer protecting the child and that child is in danger, the director must intervene. The director can provide advance notice in other situations, like if a safety plan is no longer needed, but requiring notice in all situations would make them unable to carry out their duties and functions in a timely, effective manner. Safety plans are used when the director has concerns that a child may require protection or where further assessments are required to decide whether a child may be in need of protection. Parents and other parties are asked to provide some advance notice to give the director the opportunity to assess if the safety risks and step in to protect the child if necessary. Really here, the parents are being assessed, an investigation is happening, and if the parent wants to withdraw, there needs to be some time to allow for the director to assess whether that child is in immediate danger. If a director deems, for the reasons that I outlined, that a plan is no longer relevant, they need to make that decision sometimes very quickly.
Member for Prince George Valemont.
Thank you, Chair. I would never, ever anticipate, it was not my intention to think that if a child is at imminent risk, then absolutely, I know why they would withdraw without notice. That's no question there. However, if we think about what this process looks like and the aggravation, the trauma, like all of the emotions that swirl around these types of agreements. We've mentioned lots of times families are very complicated. These situations can be extremely convoluted. I understand that, the family gives notice because the director needs to reassess. However, my concern is that if a director can withdraw without any notice, that the other side isn't respected either. So if a director makes a decision and says, okay, we're withdrawing from the safety plan and there's no notice given, it doesn't give the family the actual ability to take 24 hours, 48 hours to consider the fact that they're no longer under what they probably consider to be almost a safe umbrella. They've had a process or they've had a number of processes in place where hopefully there's been peace and harmony brought back to their home, but a sudden withdrawal without notice from something like that actually could create some sort of distress with the parents or even the children. So that's why I was asking the question in regards to it being a collaborative process as to why a director wouldn't engage the parties in the family to say, okay, I'm very happy with what has happened over the last, 30 days, 60 days, 3 months, whatever it ended up being. You have managed to, achieve these goals and make these markers, and it's, we can see it, and we think that you're ready to, that we don't need this plan in place anymore. But the parent may not feel the same way. Now, that doesn't mean that they can't come to that conclusion, but that's what my fear is around a director having an immediate, withdrawal from a plan. So through the chair to the minister, I would just like to hear your thoughts on that. And was that considered when this clause was put in the bill?
Minister?
Thank you, Chair. So this is outlined in 3B, that the director may inform a party in advance of the director's intention to withdraw if other things don't apply. And in practice, this is exactly what happens, that directors at first availability will communicate with families. This is a part of collaborative family planning. I would say that families, that a safety planning process, protection involvement, typically families are not super happy to have this process happening. And so many families are incredibly happy when a director says there are no longer any concerns, we are withdrawing the safety plan. And so I think this is exactly what happens in practice all of the time.
Member for Prince George Valemont.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm glad that this happens on a regular basis. That makes sense to me. If we look at paragraph C, outside of immediate risk to a child, and we're escalating, where it says if the party was not provided in advance, then you need to inform the withdrawal as soon as practicable. Again, is this clause in there strictly because basically, is it repeating A? That's what I'm sort of trying to figure out, because A says must not inform if a child is still at risk or increased risk, and then B says may inform a party, which you say happens very often, and then C says if they weren't provided the information, they have to be given the information as soon as possible. So I'm trying to figure out if we've repeated ourselves here or if there's different circumstances I'm unaware of. To the Minister through the Chair.
Minister?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So the paragraph C is about withdrawal as soon as practicable. And so B talks about the director may inform the party in advance notice of the director's intention to withdraw if there's not a serious safety concern. So that would be like we're informing a parent that the concerns are no longer applicable, they've engaged in parenting program, things like that. So and then C, must if a party was not provided information in advance under paragraph B. So let's say a grandparent was not informed in advance, that the director must inform the party as soon as practicable. So as soon as they possibly can, that the safety plan is no longer in place.
Member for Prince George Valemount.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm just, because when we're talking to parties that may be subject to the agreement, you had referred to 19.2. Unless I'm not seeing it somewhere, and it's very late, so I might not be seeing it somewhere, quite frankly. In 19.2, there's a number of scenarios, including others that can be part of other parties that can be part of an agreement. So am I understanding you correctly in that there is actually a single primary party within a safety agreement? And although there are, say we have 4 people that are in an agreement, a mother and, I don't know, whoever else, 3 other individuals, that under 19.21, that a withdrawal from a safety plan that has 4 individuals, that notification would actually only be given to anybody that qualifies to be part of a plan under paragraph 19.21. If I just want to clarify if that's what you just said. That's how I understood your response to the minister through the chair.
Minister?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this goes to what I was speaking before. All parties to the agreement get to know that the agreement ends. Not all parties get the reasons for why the agreement is ending. So there are, like I said before, mandatory parties to agreement, and then there may be other parties to an agreement. And the 3C and B talk about the director's withdrawal as soon as practicable.
Member?
Thank you, Chair. So I did understand the in regards to why the withdrawal. So you did explain that earlier, and that part I did get. What I'm trying to figure out is if there's 4 people in agreement, if it's only people that qualify under 19.21, which basically are only parents, if they're the only ones that get advanced notification that there's going to be a withdrawal? Or does every party within the safety plan get told the same thing? So it's a collaborative process, so the director or the social worker, the caseworker would contact everybody on that safety plan, say, let's have a meeting, and say, I intend to withdraw the plan at this date. That doesn't necessarily mean they're giving the reasons to all 4 people, but at least the notification of withdrawal goes to all 4 people participating in the plan. That is the question I'm trying to get clarification on to the minister through the chair.
Minister?
So they could give advance notice to all parties.
Member for Prince George Valemont?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. That's what I was trying to determine with that paragraph. I have one other question, actually, that we may have time, or what is the process if any of the individuals that are parties to the safety plan want a director or a social worker or a caseworker that is also a party to that safety plan, if they want them to withdraw? So if a family has an issue with one of the parties within the safety agreement, within ministry staff, is there a process that that family or the parties of that safety plan can request a change? To the Minister through the Chair.
Minister?
So mandatory parties of a safety plan can always revisit the terms of the agreement. And Chair, I move that the committee rise, report progress, and ask leave to sit again.
Members, you've heard the motion. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed? Motion carried. This committee is adjourned.
Committee Chair.
The Committee on Bill 29 reports progress and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
Next sitting.
So ordered. Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Section A reports progress on Bill number 32 and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
Next sitting.
So ordered. Honourable members, the administrator is in the building, so we will be just waiting for him to arrive shortly. Please remain seated.
Construction Prompt Payment Act. Attorney General Statutes Amendment Act Number 2, 2025. Housing and Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act 2025. Employment Standards, Serious Illness or Injury Leave Amendment Act 2025. Energy Statutes Amendment Act 2025. In His Majesty's name, His Honour the Administrator doth assent to these acts.
Thank you. I know that you've all been working very hard on this legislation and on other legislation, and the people of British Columbia greatly appreciate the seriousness of your deliberations and the, all of the hard work and the results of your hard work. I know the session's not over. You have some more work ahead of you, but this is the last time I'll see you for probably quite a while. And I wanted to wish everyone all the very best for the upcoming holiday season. Thank you.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I know we could do another 15 minutes, but I know the weather's pretty miserable and people are going to go to the ferry and drive carefully. So with that, I move the House to now adjourn.
Member, you heard the question to adjourn the House. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. December the 1st.